3 News 2023 election streaming special. I'm Stephanie Haney.
Hi, I'm Mike Polk, and we're excited to have you here with us on election night. We're going to be streaming until 11 o'clock, right?
Yes.
Just the latest updates on local elections, things that you're voting on right now. In fact, things that people can still vote on for the next hour. And then we're going to tell you who's winning and what issues you're winning and the things that you care about the most. That's what we're going to be here for all night long until 11 p.m.
Yeah, we'll be bringing those live updates up to the minute as we get them. As a reminder, if you're still making it out to your polls tonight, again, until 7:30, as long as you're in line by 7:30, if you are in a place that's a little bit busier, you can vote, so make sure you keep that in mind. And make sure you have that state-issued photo ID with you this year. That's a brand new requirement effective this year. You can have your Ohio driver's license, your state ID, military ID, passport, those kinds of things to make sure that you are good to go and you are not turned away when you try and vote tonight.
Very important. Excellent news is that somebody has left out Halloween candy, left over from Halloween, so that's going to be powering us through the night. I'm now having my third tiny little Three Musketeers. So that's going to be energizing me throughout our election special. It's going to feature not just us folks. We're not just going to be here yapping at you. When we don't actually have things to tell you, results and whatnot, you're just going to get to hang out in our newsroom, look around while we are going and getting the latest results to you to bring back to you. And you're also going to be meeting some amazing guests throughout our election special. Why don't you tell them who we're going to be parading out here for them?
Yeah, we have a lot of great people joining us tonight. They're going to be giving us their take on what's happening. We have Mark Namick, former 3 News coworker of ours, and now he is with Signal Cleveland.
We let him back in the building even though he left us.
We did, yes. We were very
happy. He never really
happy.
left though. Sorry, he is still part of our family.
That is true. We do bring him back here as often as we can to talk about this stuff, letting us know what's going on here in Cleveland. Again, they focus on Cleveland specifically, but he's got a lot of great insight for us on elections in general and the things we're going to see tonight.
I was looking at their website. Signal Cleveland is a local newsroom. It is a nonprofit. I don't totally understand it, but I do know this. I'm a subscriber to it, and they do a bunch of really cool, important local news, including a lot of great election coverage. And I'm really impressed by their website here that is just giving us all of this information about local elections. It's one of the first things that came up. It was one of the most searchable things. So that means they must be doing something right over there. And it really is like a really handy resource. So it's very impressive. So we're lucky to have him here talking to us. And this guy's really dug in. He's originally rated at the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. And this guy knows local politics, and I'm bothering him constantly with text messages about stuff, as you know, and asking him stuff all the time. And so if anybody's got the answers about what's going on today, it'll be that man.
That's true. He definitely has his finger on the pulse. He's paying attention. He'll be kind of running back and forth tonight. You know, we had him on our 6 o'clock news, on our earlier news shows. He'll be here with us on the streaming special. They got a full newsroom running at Signal Cleveland, so it's going to be a busy night for Mark Namick here with us tonight, but we're very thankful that we've got him here. Also, we're going to have a couple guests with us from both sides of the aisle. We have, for the Republican perspective, Mr. Lee Weingart. He'll be joining us in a little bit. We're going to talk with him, and we're also going to talk with Democratic Senator Kent Smith, and we'll check in with them a couple times. We'll get their perspective kind of early in the evening on what they're looking for, what they're hoping for, kind of their projections, before we check in with them at the end of the night as kind of like a reaction as to what's happening here today.
And then we also have, of course, our own 3 News award-winning news team that's out there in the field that we are going to try and drag kicking and screaming off of their beats to spend some time with us. Because when you have a resource as great as the best news team in Cleveland, if you have an opportunity, we're going to get some information from them. They are out right now in the streets of Cleveland and the greater Cleveland area, getting all those latest news updates and providing them for 3 News, which you should be watching when you're not here streaming with us.
Yes, so we'll be checking in with those reporters tonight. We'll have Bree Buckley, Lydia Sparra, Lena Lai, and Danielle Wiggins. That's the team on the beats tonight. We'll be checking in with them. And we'll be checking in on, of course, the major issues tonight, the statewide issues that are on your ballots that you've been voting on, whether you did that early, by mail, or you got out to the polls today, or you're still getting out to the polls today. Issue 1, we'll be looking at whether Ohio will be making a change to its constitution today to see if abortion rights will be guaranteed, or if that issue fails, we'll be checking in on what happens there.
That's right. And issue 2 is to decide whether or not marijuana will be treated like alcohol, essentially legalizing recreational marijuana. And polling, from what we saw coming in at least, was favorable for both of these, but you never know. and we won't know until, I have no idea what time we're about to see, when our first results will come in, and certainly who knows when the first reliable results will come in, but we will let you know what we know when we know it.
That's right. That's the thing, is we'll be getting those results. We'll be checking in with the Board of Elections. We'll be looking at those websites throughout the night, bringing you updates. Of course, we do also have our live election results page on WKYC.com, so updates will be happening there as well. We'll be taking the updates from the website, bringing them to you, so hopefully you're listening to us, watching us on your laptop.
Why would you go anywhere else?
Right. Hang out with us. It's election night. What else do you have to do?
We're going to be here hanging out. Why don't you hang out with us?
And we also have a conversation that we're going to share with you with NBC's Steve Kornacki, the big board guy.
The big board guy. We got the big board guy. It's exciting.
Yeah.
He does like all the numbers on the board and moves everything around like he's in Minority Report. But except it's like states and stuff like that, and shows you percentages. Anyways, we nailed him down for an interview. And so you get to hear what he says.
Looking forward to what he has to say. He seems to think that our Ohio election today will have implications for 2024 in the presidential election.
It's a big deal. It seems very national.
Yeah.
It
all
does.
eyes on Ohio, as we are used to in these election years.
Yeah. All right, well, let's give him a break, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to bring out our special friend, Mark Namick, who's going to tell us what he sees on the scene, on the local election scene, and give us his 2 cents.
Okay, don't go far. That'll be in just a couple minutes. We'll be right back with Mark Namick.
Keep hanging out. Very impressive graphic. Did you see our impressive graphic, Mark Namick?
No, I was too busy focused on what we're going to talk about.
Oh,
big politics going on today.
Big politics going on today. Mark Namick, this is Mark Namick from Signal Cleveland, everybody. Now, thank you for joining us, first of all. I know that you're very busy today because you are the political go-to in Cleveland. There, I said it.
I appreciate it. There are a lot of great reporters out there doing a lot of work. I am just trying to do my little slice, and I like to be focused on Cleveland the most.
Now, we had you here for a while. Now you're at Signal, but you're still helping us out, and we're fortunate to have you. Tell people about Signal Cleveland in case they don't know.
Yeah. Signal Cleveland is a new nonprofit newsroom and more in Cleveland that launched almost 1 year ago. We have a staff.
Happy anniversary almost.
Thank you. We have a staff of 17 people, including 6 reporters and plus editors, and a whole community team that really tries to listen a little bit more to Clevelanders. We're out in the community having literal listening hours. And we also try to engage them and deliver information in a form that gets to them. Sometimes that might mean even printing material. I know.
Whoa.
Think about that.
I know.
So that is part, but you can check us out at signalcleveland.org. Thanks for letting me talk about that.
Absolutely. I was just saying early on in the introduction that I was on your website and you have a lot of handy election resources for people on there. Tell the people about that.
Well, we do provide, like a lot of organizations right now, those explainers. What is issue 1 in neutral ground, right? We're not taking a side. We're not here to cheer or jeer, but we do want to use our expertise and reporting to tell you what we do find, what we do think, and based on that. And you can find explainers and a lot of information, especially around City Hall. We have reporter Nick Costello, who does an outstanding job.
He does. Nick's great.
He could be and should be the one you say is Cleveland's best political reporter.
Well, yeah, I know, but he's not here, so I can't compliment him.
You know why?
I can't butter him up.
He's
like
actually back in the newsroom
he's working,
doing the work,
yeah.
yes.
No, what you guys are doing is important. I have to ask you this, though. Have you made anyone mad lately? Because you're very good oftentimes at making Cleveland politicians mad. Have you made anyone mad lately?
I think we've been doing a good job because we have found that across the board on all of our beats, we've had people that have liked our stories, not liked our stories. We just had a big profile on Blaine Griffin, the council president, viewed through the prism of one of the issues today, issue 38. He is the face and voice of no on issue 38, and there's a lot of political ramifications for someone. Nick Costello dives deep on that idea. We've seen other council presidents before him go against these citizens-led petitions, citizens-led also with some progressive groups behind him, and it's been used against him.
Remind people what issue 38 is.
Issue 38 is a charter amendment that will give 2% of the city's budget, that equals about $14 million, directly to residents to decide on how to spend. In other words, they get more direct say over that 2% of the $700 million budget.
Which sounds good. Of course, it's complicated. It's a little more complicated than that. And this is he's an advocate for it.
No, Council President Blaine Griffin
is not an advocate for it.
He does not want it because council already controls that money. So why do I, as a council member, want to put this in portion in the hands of residents? Because they're going to argue, and they have. We're already elected by you to represent you. We have a transparent and very thorough process about how our budget works, how our spending priorities are. The other side of the coin here says, you know what, voters need a direct say because you don't always do what we want. And that this is also a way to engage Clevelanders in a process that hopefully grows democracy. Those are your two sides.
I know that you're very well and balanced presentation you did there. If you were, I know that you're not in the horse betting business, but if you had to call whether that one's going to go up or down, what do you think?
I can tell you what polls that have been shared with me say. They say on a straight question of just simply how, do you want to have a greater say on how your money's spent? People say yes, more than 50%. But when you throw in some issues that could mean you could be diverting money from, say, your snowplows or your police department, and that's debatable, but that is what the anti-side says. Then things drop. I don't want to point out the obvious that, say, turnout will be a big factor in this, but you would need a broader base of Clevelanders to come out in order to reach all those people.
Are you saying that you don't have a lot of faith in Clevelanders to come out in a non-presidential year election in droves?
Well, our numbers are up right now compared to some previous ones.
Is that true? How do we know that?
Well, the Cuyahoga County numbers are reporting that we're significantly over where we were 2 years ago. So
Oh,
we were
wow.
at almost
Not just early voting.
This
of
is
course.
close to around 6 o'clock. We were at 40% turnout
Okay.
already. Early votes, that's in person and mail-in, are ahead of schedule compared to 2021 November and the August election.
Okay.
Statewide, that's about 100,000 more early votes than we saw just a few months ago. So significantly more people are participating. So back to issue one, the more people that come out, the more might hear that message and support it. But I think it's going to be really close. I can't predict, and I've seen no straight poll that can tell me where it's going to land.
Why do you think these numbers what's driving these numbers up, do you think? What is it? Is one, issue two, is it something different?
Issue one would be the biggest factor for a couple of reasons. They've spent millions of dollars trying to engage voters through both TV, mailers, and actual get out the vote. You've seen from churches to unions all taking positions around issue one.
Some Ohioans might have noticed some advertising around issue one in their lives over the last couple of months.
If you're a regular voter, you might see a few things in your mailbox
Yep.
that might scare you. I would encourage you to check the facts on all of those ads.
Always around Halloween too. That's always bad timing.
Yeah, for sure. That has helped drive it. Issue two has not had as much public, advertising and mailers, but there's enough on the ground around that issue that's helping drive it. But issue one is it. I mean, I've talked about it before earlier on some of the programs here at Channel 3. The issue one here is being watched nationally because this is a real test of what Democrats are hoping is anger coming out of 2022's Roe v. Wade decision. We have seen a winning streak for pro-abortion rights and in different states since then. 6 different states have, I don't want to say voted for abortion rights, they've either knocked some bans down or supported. So 6 times since 2022, including in states like Kansas, which last time I checked is not super blue.
Have there been states where it has been put on the ballot and has not passed since Roe v. Wade was
No, we are the first affirmative, like this idea that we are putting into the Constitution specific language to enshrine abortion rights, and I hate using a word like enshrine without defining it. That simply means that lawmakers then can't just go mess with it. They would have to decide either to push another ballot before the voters directly or gather signatures, and you'd have to undo it through the voters
And
rather
of course,
than a law.
that differs from the other major issue on the ballot, which is issue 2, and how is that different legally?
Issue 2 is not a constitutional amendment, so you can, it's going to be a statute, a law. So you can change any law almost on any given day if you have the votes. So should issue 2 pass tomorrow, people could start, lawmakers could decide to change it.
Really?
They could. Some have talked about it, but the reality is that would really be going against the voters' will. And
Quite political suicide to
there
try
is ramifications to that. They could nibble around the edges. They could make some changes. But on your point, both of those are driving, I think, a healthy turnout. But we're also really caught up in the larger politics, which is the presidential race. You're seeing so much on the Republican side. People are very engaged. And you're seeing, locally, this across the board, really since, the last set of elections, there's an awakening.
It does seem to be a bit of a confused issue, though, even for Ohioans as far as politically, because there does seem to be crossover between, I don't think you can necessarily align a political allegiance with someone who's pro-issue 2, necessarily. And that's also was reflected, I think, in the last election, the special election in August, when you saw a lot of traditionally Trump counties, such like in the Mahoning Valley and stuff, supported or voted down issue 1.
Well, I think someone, I'm sure out there, will check my numbers because I don't remember off the top of my head, but I thought it lost in all but maybe 1 of the 88 counties.
Somewhere
maybe
around
2.
Yeah.
So that shows you that issue really wasn't an allegiance to a party. People saw that as a diminishing of voting rights, this idea that we would have to go to a super majority to change the state constitution. Really rubbed people wrong, even though what was behind that was abortion.
Right. And of course, that's going to play out today.
But on abortion, it's a much easier issue for people, right? They can make that, whether they see it as a moral decision or a personal rights decision, that's that's all that one's about. Issue 1 really brought a lot of other things into it, and that also, though, juiced up. It never stopped. It juiced up the electorate. That's why we're seeing this turnout. That campaign that we're seeing today started, really back in August, the day that vote was done.
And we're going to see if it's sustained through this election now, and that's what, of course, we're looking for nationally, or to see if that has cooled down a little bit. So obviously, Democrats are hoping for a big turnout.
Yeah, and it's a good test of, the red state politics. I mean, the last 2 elections, presidential elections, in Ohio have been for President Trump. So that makes us a red state.
So you have to give us at least some kind of a prediction if you had to guess on issue 1 and issue 2. Those are the only 2 that will hold you to.
And we've seen polling that it's been consistent. That's why I get comfortable at least sharing that issue 1 has consistently, had a fairly wide margin of victory or support among voters. So I see that passing. Issue 2 also a little bit, but then issue 38 much harder to call because there's not a lot of polling, a lot of connection there.
Yeah, you're right. Well, we'll see. And thank you for your time. We are going to here have a tiny 3 Musketeers.
Thank you very
You've
much.
earned it.
Thank you
for all of that great analysis.
Yeah.
And we're going to check in with you later, and we're going to see
see
how
you
everything
later
turns
tonight.
out. All right.
Thanks for having
We'll
me.
be back with more of our streaming election special after this. Stay tuned, folks.
Welcome into this Tuesday edition, this Election Day edition of Front Row. I'm Laura Queso.
And I'm Russ Mitchell, in for the great Jimmy Donovan. Yes, it is Election Day. The polls close in about 30 minutes, and we have team coverage tonight.
That we do. Bree Buckley joins us live from the Cuyahoga County Board of Elections headquarters. Isabel Lawrence is in Akron for us tonight, and Stephanie Haney is live in our WKYC newsroom.
Let's start with Bree in Cuyahoga County. Bree, good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Russ and Laura. Yeah, we're here at the Cuyahoga County Board of Elections, where officials tell me things have been smooth sailing so far. There haven't been any issues at any of the polling locations, except for there was one hiccup earlier this morning with a scanner, but they got that fixed pretty quick. Now here, this is not actually a polling location. It is a where people are coming to cast their provisional ballots, say they moved and that they weren't able to get their votes in. So they came here to fill those out, and it's been a steady wave in and out here right now, one of those lulls there. But I am told that turnout has been great so far. They're saying that it's beating the August special election, and even compared to the non-presidential races in the last couple of years, turnout is better. Obviously, those top issues are driving that turnout as well. Russ and Laura?
All right, Bree Buckley, we'll see you later on this evening. Thank you.
Meanwhile, Isabel Lawrence spoke with voters in Akron. Many of them are concerned with issue 1 and 2. Many of them feeling a duty and responsibility to voice their opinion.
Well, things have certainly picked up this evening here at the Firestone Park Community Center in Akron. People have come after work, so the lines have picked up this evening. But don't forget, you still have just about 30 minutes to get in line at your polling place to vote. I'm told that this polling place in particular serves 4 different precincts. A number of officials with boards of elections in Northeast Ohio have told us they are expecting a high voter turnout. The Summit County Board of Elections says between mail, in-person, and other early votes, 43,253 ballots have been issued in early voting. When we checked in with the Lake County Board of Elections yesterday, there were more than 11,000 early voters, up from 2 years ago. And in Geauga County, absentee ballots more than doubled. While we know that presidential elections typically see the highest turnouts, voters I spoke to today shared the importance of showing up for local elections. And some mentioned issues 1 and 2 specifically as reasons why they were motivated to vote. Again, voters at this point have just about 30 minutes to get in line at their polling places. And we do have information on WKYC.com about specific types of IDs you need to be able to vote. In Akron, Isabel Lawrence, 3 News.
And as the evening continues, we're having a live discussion about all these issues in an online election special. Let's check in with Stephanie Haney, who is live in the newsroom with the latest there. Hi, Stephanie.
Hello there, Russ. Yes, I'm coming to you live from what we call the turntable here in the newsroom at 3 News. This is sort of our command center for tonight, if you will. Now, in addition to giving you live election updates on our election results page on WKYC.com, right now we're in the middle of our streaming election night special. We'll be with you all night long, and we'll have special guests joining us. We just talked with Signal Cleveland's Mark Namick. We also have Democratic Senator Kent Smith and Republican Lee Weingart joining us, to name a few. Mr. Weingart will be with us here at 7:30 p.m. right after Front Row. We'll be bringing you up-to-the-minute results as they come in on issue 1 and issue 2, and we'll be checking in with our reporters who are out in communities all across Northeast Ohio. Now, you can spend your election night with us on WKYC.com, WKYC Plus, and the WKYC YouTube page, along with on your TVs. We're staying with our 3 News viewers online here through 11 p.m. That's when we'll hand it back to you, Russ, and also Betsy on the TV screen for what's next. And as for right now, right after we finish up here, Russ, in just a few minutes, we have a conversation coming up with NBC's Steve Kornacki from the Big Board. He'll be sharing insight on what today's election could mean for the country in 2024.
Wow, a lot of stuff going on. Stephanie Haney at the turntable. Thank you.
We're back.
We are. Welcome back to our 3 News 2023 election streaming special, here with your live coverage and your updates all night long. I'm Stephanie Haney.
I'm Mike Polk. If you're just joining us, we think. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we should have microphones.
We should have microphones on. That's a great idea.
What a goofball.
There it is. If you're just joining us, we started this show at 6:30 today, and we're here to take you through election night.
See, and we think that we're probably, maybe, I don't know, I'm sure maybe somebody else is doing it, but I think we're the only people who are just constantly doing this election coverage. We're going to bring you updates all night long, so you're probably going to want to stick with us if you care about local politics and Ohio politics in your state and the children of our state. You probably want to stay tuned, right?
I think so. I mean, I couldn't make a better argument to be with us here all through election night till 11 o'clock.
We're going to have some great guests coming up, too. You already met Mark Namick from Signal Cleveland, and he was very informative. And who do we have coming up later on?
Yeah, pretty soon here we have Republican Lee Weingart joining us, and then after that we'll have Democratic Senator Kent Smith. And right now we have a conversation to share with you. Guy who's a pretty big deal in the election world.
You might know him as Mr. Big Board guy.
His name is Steve Kornacki. He runs the board for NBC on election nights. He's the one that is moving things around. He's doing that touchscreen stuff, checking in on states, moving
Very
things
informative.
around.
Does good work.
Yeah.
Really does.
He does.
And our colleague got to have a nice conversation with him.
Yes, Lena Lai sat down and talked with him about the implications of our election here in Ohio in 2023 and how it might impact 2024. So let's take a look at that conversation.
Ohioans will decide the fate of 2 statewide issues on the ballot. Issue 1 is the constitutional amendment for the right to make reproductive decisions, including abortion. Issue 2 would make recreational marijuana legal. Joining me now is NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. Hi, Steve.
Lena, how you doing?
Doing great here in Cleveland. Beautiful weather today. First of all, let's tackle issue 1, which enshrines abortion rights in the Ohio State Constitution. What is the expectation for issue 1?
Yeah, I think looking in nationally, the expectation is that issue 1 is going to pass. There are several reasons for that. Number one is simply this is the most recent statewide polling we have that did both issue 1 and issue 2. And I mean, you could see nearly 60% support on issue 1, a 22-point margin right there. There was also, if you remember, on the ballot this summer, that attempt that opponents of issue 1 made to raise the threshold for passing a constitutional amendment up to 60%. That was a sort of an attempt to make it tougher to pass issue 1. That went down in flames. So that factors into this. And then there's simply this. In states where similar, after the Supreme Court decision last year taking down Roe v. Wade, states that have had similar language on the ballot to enshrine abortion rights in the state constitution. Vermont and California, 2 very blue states, no surprise. It passed in both of them overwhelmingly. But Michigan's a very interesting one. It's much more competitive politically. And the language in that Michigan, this was last year, the language in that Michigan initiative was almost identical to what's on the ballot in Ohio. It's to enshrine abortion rights, but to also allow for restrictions after the point of fetal viability, about 24 weeks. And again, you can see in Michigan, that passed by a 14-point margin. So folks, I think nationally are looking at this with the expectation it'll pass. But if it were to lose, if it were to fail, I think that would get an enormous amount of attention, obviously in Ohio, but also nationally, because it would mark a potential shift in how this issue of abortion is playing out at the ballot box in the wake of that Supreme Court decision. I think there'd be a lot of questions about Are we seeing a change here in how folks are looking at this?
Yeah, well, let's dive more into that. You know, you mentioned since Roe was overturned in summer of last year, you know, the voters have returned abortion rights in 6 states. You mentioned some of those. Those also include some super red states, including Kansas and Kentucky, where voters shot down anti-abortion measures. So how do you expect Ohio's issue 1 to serve as this testing ground for maybe other red states?
Yeah, that's the interesting part, because again, these are all Michigan. Again, it's politically competitive, but Joe Biden did win it in 2020, and obviously Vermont, California, extremely blue states. What happened? What's happened since the Roe v. Wade came down is that the pro-life side in red states has put language that would say take language out of the state constitution that protects abortion rights, things like this. And as you mentioned, in those red states, Kansas, Kentucky, Montana, it's all failed. So the pro-life side has failed in all of these initiatives, whether they've advanced them or whether they've opposed them. What the pro-choice side is hoping is that this passes in Ohio tomorrow by a margin similar to or greater than what you saw in Michigan, and this becomes the model for what you do, not just in red states, but in politically competitive states next year in 2024. A state like Arizona, a state that's going to be crucial to the presidential election, under the theory that this draws out, pro-choice voters, maybe Democratic-leaning voters, and they're there for that referendum, and that while they're at it, they vote Democratic in the presidential election and in other key races. So there's that hope that from the pro-choice side and the Democratic side, that what happens in Ohio basically becomes a model for what to do next year.
Okay, now let's tackle issue 2 on marijuana. If issue 2 does pass, Ohio would be the 24th state in the country to legalize recreational marijuana. What are your expectations for issue 2?
Yeah, so I mean, again, when you just take a look here at the poll, it's identical to issue 1. This is the last poll that looked at both of them. It's a few weeks old, but again, very strong support, 22-point margin. So the expectation looking in is that it's going to pass. Now, a lot of those states that have legalized recreational marijuana haven't done it at the ballot box. They've done it through the state legislature passing it, the governor signing it. That's how those laws have come in a lot of states. When this has been on the ballot in states, the track record is a little more mixed than we've seen with these abortion initiatives so far. For instance, earlier this year in Oklahoma, an attempt to legalize recreational marijuana lost by more than 20 points on the ballot. It also went down in North Dakota. There are several states where this has gone down. Now, they are redder states than Ohio is. And again, this is the polling in Ohio. So again, it's very much like issue 1. Nationally looking in on this, I think the expectation is it passes, but if it fails, it's going to raise a very big question. It's going to get a lot of attention nationally, and the question is going to be, with all of these states that have legalized marijuana, with people maybe traveling around in Ohio outside of the state and maybe to places where it's very prevalent in the air, things like that, is there a backlash? Is there any backlash to the proliferation of recreational out in the open marijuana? It would be a surprise if it failed, but if it did fail, that's the conversation I think you could expect.
All right. And on election night, what are some of while we still have you here and we have a little extra time, what are your expectations? What are your eyes focused on, especially on election night?
Yeah, I mean, we're certainly in Ohio. Let's see here. We can call up the 2020 presidential results, just key counties we're looking at here as the bellwether counties in a presidential election race. I think we're going to be looking at. I think the Cincinnati area is very interesting on issue 1. A large Catholic population down there. Do you start to see if there is going to be a surprise on issue 1? Do you start to see it maybe around Cincinnati? Does it start down there? Do we see it elsewhere? And nationally, there are a couple places we're looking. Governor's race in Mississippi, governor's race in Kentucky. Again, they're 2 red states, but there are some national implications there, so we'll be looking at those. And Virginia, the governor there, Glenn Youngkin, a Republican, some folks have talked about a scenario where he jumps into the presidential race very late. He has gone all in on the race for a state legislature there, trying to get control of both chambers. Unheard of sums of money being spent in state legislative races in Virginia. So certainly interested to see if Glenn Youngkin can get control of both of those houses. And if he does, what he does with that. Does he try to make some kind of a national move?
All right, Steve Kornacki from the big board. Looking forward to seeing your coverage. I know you'll have a fresh pair of khakis going. We appreciate you. Thank you.
See that? We're important.
Yeah, we are
Ohio's important.
Every 4 years.
Every 4 years.
Sometimes more often. It really is a situation where we have an election here in Ohio, and again, all eyes on Ohio, even though it's a state issue, it could really be telling for what we see in 2024.
Because we're weird and telltale of we're a bellwether still, even if we're not technically necessarily a swing state anymore. You still have to pay attention to us whether you people like it or not.
That's right, you have to pay attention.
It was interesting. That was a good piece. Good job, Lena.
It really was. Great job from Lena. Great insight from Steve Kornacki.
Yep. We have a special guest coming up here in a little bit. Who are we talking to first?
Yes, we are talking to Mr. Lee Weingart. He'll be giving us the Republican perspective on what he's anticipating coming up.
Okay, but before we do that, I thought I'd share these with you. These are a couple of fun Ohio laws that are really on the books.
Oh boy, okay.
Fun Ohio laws that are really on the books. Okay, here's one. True. In Fairview Park, it is illegal to honk your horn excessively.
Okay, I think that's a good law.
I feel like that kind of goes without saying. I thought that was illegal everywhere, but that's okay. In Bay Village, it's illegal to walk a cow down Lake Road. Something must have gone down.
We recently had that cow/bull/ we didn't know what it was that was running through the streets of Cleveland, so I guess good thing that animal did not go to Bay
It would have been
Village.
arrested. It would have been arrested there. Colored rabbit displays are illegal. That's a real ordinance. You can't buy colored baby chicks, like dyed baby chicks or ducklings. Apparently that used to be a thing probably like in the 1910s or something. It was in fashion, and then it probably was just killing too many animals, so they were like, let's make a law.
Yeah.
Got to be careful.
All right.
Just a couple more. These are important. If someone loses their pet tiger in Ohio, they must notify authorities within 1 hour.
Also, I think reasonable. That seems fair and like a legitimate purpose.
Totally fair. Mm-hmm. And this is my favorite one. No one may be this is an ordinance. No one may be arrested on Sunday or on the 4th of July. No one may be arrested on Sunday or on the 4th of July. And again, I'm sure this is just like language. Here's the whole, I'm going to give you the whole language. No person shall be arrested during a sitting of the Senate of House of Representatives within the hall where such session is being held, or in any court of justice during the setting of such court, or on Sunday, or on the 4th day of July. So, I mean, we've been wasting a lot of opportunities.
I think so too. I didn't know we had all these opportunities for free for all.
Yeah, I'm sure that no one's actually tried this. I don't know what this is. This is a remnant, obviously, of some old law from back in the day. I'm telling her this. This is a lawyer, by the way, folks, as if people don't know that.
But you all need to know this.
Yes.
It's important.
But just imagine, like, if somebody trying to, like, argue that in court, like getting arrested on the 4th of July, which happens to a lot of people.
I would like to
Most of my uncles have been arrested on the 4th of July at one time or another.
I would like to see that argument being made. I want to know exactly where that's happening, and I want to be in the courtroom when that lawyer says, I'm sorry, this is invalid because this was on a Sunday on the 4th of July.
Do you see how fascinating politics and democracy can be, folks? And we're bringing it to you all night long through election night. We're going to start getting results in eventually here, and we'll bring you those updates, or at least like how things are leaning. Mm-hmm. We'll be able to give you some numbers here eventually. But we'll be here until 11 o'clock when we'll hand it off to our award-winning news desk up there, and then you can start paying attention to them. But we have a very special interview next with our first guest.
Yep, that's coming up. Again, that'll be back at 7:30. In the meantime, you've got 7 more minutes to get in line at the polls if you haven't done it yet. So if you haven't done it, do that, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Until then, just look at our beautiful newsroom. Mm-hmm. Watch everyone bustle about. Happy Election Day, everyone. Mm-hmm.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our 3 News 2023 election streaming special. I'm Stephanie Haney. We're here tonight bringing you up-to-the-minute election updates. It is 7:33, so if you're not in line for voting now, the polls are closing. But again, if you are already in line, you can stay in line. You can get those ballots cast as we look to see what's happening here for election 2023, decision 2023 here in Ohio. Now, there's a lot of topics of conversation that the whole nation is looking at as we take a look at tonight's election night. And right now, we're going to bring in a guest that is joining us from afar. Let's say hello now to Lee Weingart. He's joining me via Zoom from afar. Lee, thanks for being with us tonight.
Thanks for having me. Great to be on tonight.
And Lee is our Republican perspective here joining us tonight. And he most recently ran for Cuyahoga County Executive in the November 2022 general election. So Lee, I'll just ask you as we get started today, again, thank you for being here with us, joining us from afar while you're traveling for business. We appreciate that. What is it that you are sort of expecting when it comes to the results that come in on election night? The big issues, of course, that we're talking about today, issue 1 and issue 2.
So I think if you look at issue 1 and issue 2, I would be very surprised if both don't pass and pass fairly comfortably. Issue 1 got its impetus, I think, from the special election in August of this year, when 57% of Ohioans voted against making it tougher to amend our Constitution. So by having that issue on the ballot in August, you created a kind of a tidal wave of more liberal voters in Ohio who could organize for November for issue 1 on abortion. And I think what you're going to see tonight, I'm guessing 57% passage on issue 1. They've outspent the vote no campaign something like 3 or 4 to 1. Very coordinated effort by the vote yes on issue 1 team. So I would be very surprised if issue 1 didn't pass. Issue 2, I think probably also passes, depending on how many young voters come out today to vote. It's always risky to rely on young voters because they don't always vote, especially in odd year elections like this one. But I think issue 2's got a pretty good chance to pass as well. Maybe not quite the level of issue 1, I'd say 54%. But I think with medical marijuana having been legalized in Ohio now for a few years, there's probably an understanding that going to recreational marijuana is not as big a jump. And so, again, I'd be surprised if either of issue 1 or issue 2 fails tonight.
Now, as you mentioned, there was a lot of money spent on issue 1, particularly in this election. I want to ask you a question just anecdotally, if you're seeing this in your circles, because something that I've seen while having conversations with people who, quite frankly, I find to be generally very engaged, very much paying attention to the political things, paying attention to elections. Do you think there was any confusion on either side of the aisle among voters as to what it meant to vote on issue 1? Because issue 1 in the August election was about what it would take to amend our Constitution, and it was directly tied to abortion. Issue 1 in this election is about an actual constitutional amendment. Did you see any confusion there?
So early on, I heard some people say, well, we voted no in August, we vote yes in November. But I think so much money was spent by the vote yes on issue 1 side that there'll be very little confusion. People probably aren't going to read the ballot language, which was extensive, but I think they have a sense that by voting yes, they are liberalizing Ohio's abortion laws. This is the 8th issue that's been on a statewide ballot in America relating to abortion. In the first 7 cases, the side that wanted to expand abortion rights won pretty convincingly, between 54 and 58%. And not just in Democratic states like California and Michigan, but in states like Kansas, Montana, Kentucky, then of course Ohio in the August vote. So what you're seeing here, I think, is less of a partisan vote than on maybe some things we've seen, like races for governor or U.S. Senate. A lot of Republicans, I suspect, are voting yes tonight or have voted yes on issue 1. I think that it comes down to Ohio's law being viewed to be very restrictive. So the 6-week limit on abortion, the so-called heartbeat bill, has turned many people to vote yes on issue 1. I think had Ohio's law been, say, 12 weeks or 15 weeks, you might have seen a much closer race tonight on issue 1, maybe having even seen it failed. I think many voters decided it was too restrictive at 6 weeks, and they would rather err on the other side, make it, maybe too liberal on the far side. But I think Ohio, we got into this situation because of the rather restrictive standard that we had in place.
Okay, one more question I want to ask you about kind of parsing the difference between issue 1 in August and then issue 1 now in the November election, dealing with the amendment that, if it passes right now, would guarantee abortion rights up to viability here in Ohio. If this issue 1 passes, which, as you mentioned there, seems to be something that is not so strictly split down ideological political lines, is there a message that Republican politicians should take, if any, from it if issue 1 does pass tonight?
Well, I will tell you, my own race last year for county executive, my opponent, who's the current county executive, used abortion very effectively. Even though the county has nothing to do with abortion, Chris Renane did a very good job of using abortion to get voters on his side. And I think, yes, there's got to be kind of a relook at this issue at the national level and the state level, because I don't know that we're going to win a lot of elections as Republicans if we take the rather extreme stance on abortion. I think we can emphasize things like late-term abortions, which are not popular, in America, and reasonable restrictions. Certainly, life of the mother, incest, and rape are restrictions that I think most voters believe in, and Republicans can do a better job of emphasizing those issues. They may pull some voters back, but the reality is the majority of Americans, I think the majority of Ohioans, support liberalized abortion laws. And so the Republican Party's got to either de-emphasize the message on abortion or try and change the focus to a different message.
Okay, now when we look at issue 2, which is the question of whether or not we should regulate recreational marijuana as alcohol is regulated, was there a general consensus among the Republican Party from your perspective in our legislature, whether being for or against issue 2 in Ohio?
So I think the legislature is opposed to issue 2. What's interesting about issue 2, that's not the same as issue 1. Issue 2 is what's called an initiated statute. It is not a constitutional amendment. So if issue 2 passes tonight, the General Assembly could, when it next meets, completely reverse or amend issue 2. So for example, the tax rate in the ballot initiative is 10%. I would expect the General Assembly to raise that to 20%, to try and generate more revenue or decrease sales of marijuana in Ohio. So the difference, again, on issue 1, issue 2, issue 1, constitutional amendment, General Assembly cannot change that, can't amend it at all. Issue 2, an initiated statute, it's like any other statute in the Ohio Revised Code. If it passes, the General Assembly and the governor could reverse it the next day, literally.
Yeah, that's an excellent point as well. Yes, issue 2 is a new chapter for the Ohio Revised Code. It's creating a new chapter. Yep. And quite frankly, it leaves a lot of questions as well as to how recreational marijuana would be handled in the state of Ohio. What do you think about issue 2 as an initiative?
So there was, I think, some frustration that they weren't getting the hearing they wanted, in the General Assembly, and just decided it was better to take it to the ballot. It's an easier standard to get on the ballot. You only need 3% of the registered people who voted in the last governor's election, as opposed to 10% if you're trying to get a constitutional amendment on the ballot. So I think what passes tonight will probably not be the law in Ohio 6 months from now. I could imagine they'll put restrictions on ex-felons, owning marijuana dispensaries. I could imagine, again, raising the tax. I could imagine certain other restrictions in terms of smoking marijuana in public places. So I don't think the story is over tonight on issue 2. I think it's really just the beginning of regulated marijuana in Ohio.
Okay. Now, as we take a look at issue 1 and issue 2, a lot of people looking at the implications that this Ohio 2023 election will have looking ahead to 2024. Who do you think will win for the Republican Senate primary? We're looking at Matt Dolan, Frank LaRose, Bernie Moreno. Do you have a comment on that?
Look, they're all very good friends of mine. I've supported all of them this year. Frank LaRose probably has the best name ID because he's run a couple of times statewide. Matt Dolan ran a very strong race last year and is a very serious contender. Bernie Moreno would probably be the more the Trump-esque candidate in the race. And so it really depends for Bernie, I think, how popular Trump is in Ohio. As of now, Trump has not endorsed in the race. If he endorses, he can certainly change the tenor of the race. We saw that last year. J.D. Vance was, I think, in fourth place until he was endorsed by Donald Trump, and he jetted to first place within 7 or 8 days. So it's going to be expensive. It's going to be a sprint between now and the primary in March. I can't hazard a guess who's going to win. I think it depends on messaging, it depends on fundraising, and it depends on Donald Trump.
Okay. I'll ask you one more question before we say goodbye for now, before we check back in with you later. Lee, I'm wondering, what would a win look like for you tonight when it comes to the election results here in Ohio?
Well, I think, I was opposed to issue 1 in August. I didn't think we should be meddling with the Ohio Constitution when it came to amendments. And so I'm a big believer in the citizens of Ohio having a say in the environment and the laws of the state of Ohio. So, if issue 1 passes, which I think it probably will, that's a pretty strong message to the Republicans in the state of Ohio that they need to change their messaging on abortion if they want to win in swing districts, areas like Cuyahoga County, where I ran for county executive last year. Issue 2, again, I think the story will not be told tonight, whatever happens on the ballot. I think you're going to see regulation, you can see change, revision to what happens tonight. So, look, it's always a win when the citizens get a chance to express their opinion by voting. And so I'm just glad to see the opportunity to have voted myself and to see the opportunity for people of Ohio to vote on the future of their state.
All right. Thank you very much, Lee. We appreciate your time. We'll be checking back in with you again
That's
as
great.
we
Thank you very much.
get the results rolling. We'll see you soon. All right. That was Lee Weingart bringing us the Republican perspective today. We're going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we'll talk with Democratic Senator Ken Smith. So stick with us. We'll be right back.
Oh, hey guys. Welcome back to our awesome streaming election special. You Decide 2023. I'm Mike Polk.
I'm Stephanie Haney. Thanks for being with us while we bring you live election updates throughout the night leading up to our 11 p.m. broadcast.
It's exciting. The newsroom is all abuzz on election night, and I'm happy to report we got good pizza tonight. Everyone's excited because we got good pizza. That's how you know it's election night at WKYC. It's Angelo's. I'll just say it. It's Angelo's. It's great pizza. So
great pizza.
I'm not ashamed of saying it's good pizza. So everyone's excited. We're all full of Angelo's, and we are starting to get results in. Do you want to share the first of our results, Stephanie?
Yes, we're getting our early results in. Now remember, these are unofficial results at this moment, and of course, not all of the ballots have been counted, not by a long shot. Not by a long shot. So first, we've got early returns on issue 1, which would amend the Ohio Constitution if it passes. And what that would do is guarantee abortion rights up to viability here in the state of Ohio. So right now, we're looking at total votes cast of about 253,000 votes coming in. And so far, early returns show 67.96%.
Wow, these just
yes
updated
votes.
a lot. These updated just as we were speaking to the number of votes cast now for that is 470,940. So that almost doubled. So that's a more accurate, obviously depiction of what this might look like in the long run. And now we are at 67.66%.
Yep. We're almost 68% yes votes, about 32% no votes. Again, that is on issue 1 so far. Early returns coming in from the state of Ohio. This is from the Secretary of State website.
And yeah, so these are the official numbers. State issue 2 to commercialize, regulate, legalize, and tax the use of adult use cannabis. That is at 59% right now, 40%, 41% almost on the no side. And it is interesting, that discrepancy. That means that some people are going in and voting for issue 1 and just abstaining from voting on issue 2.
That's right. What we're looking at right now, the total number of votes cast that have been clocked in so far by the Ohio Secretary of State, 466,384. So a difference there of, about 4,000 votes, 4,000 more people voting on issue 1 than on issue 2 so far.
And I assume that that's just people who don't have a strong feeling about it, or maybe don't feel like they're educated enough on that. It's like when I go in sometimes to vote and I haven't necessarily investigated all of the judges. I'm not going to just vote for a rando judge that might be a crazy person. So I just won't vote at all. You know what I mean? So my guess is these are responsible voters. So I applaud you if you recognize that you might not be knowledgeable enough to cast your own vote. But that is funny to see that some people just decided not to vote for. They're like, no, I'd rather not.
Right. It is interesting to see, sure. And again, here in Ohio, you've got the option. You don't have to vote on every single thing on the ballot. If for any reason you don't want to, for whatever reason you want to abstain, not being educated is a good reason to do that on any particular issue on the ballot.
Mm-hmm. And so those are just early returns again. But we'll see if these are representative. You saw how quickly things changed right before our eyes, folks. So you're going to want to stay tuned. We're here until 11, where we're going to be bringing you the results all night long, and we have some other sources that are going to be talking to us too. Some of our sources on the streets.
That's true. We're going to be talking with our reporters who are out in the field. And coming up next, in about 7 minutes, we'll have Democratic Senator Kent Smith. We'll talk with him on what he's expecting for the night and what a win would look like for him. And
he's a delight. You guys are going to like Kent.
All right, we will be back with Kent here in just a little bit, so stay with us. Hello again, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us for 3 News' 2023 election streaming special as we bring you the live updates as they're coming in for Decision 2023 here in Ohio. You know, we have 2 main statewide initiatives on the ballot in this election. We have Issue 1, which is a proposed constitutional amendment, and if it passes, it would change our Constitution here in Ohio to guarantee abortion rights up to the point of fetal viability. And then we also have Issue 2, which, if that passes, that would create a law that would regulate the recreational use of marijuana for adults, like alcohol. Now, we're going to get the Democratic perspective on what's happening tonight, so we're going to bring in our next guest. We have Democratic Senator Kent Smith from District 21. Senator Smith, thanks for joining us tonight.
Happy to be with you guys.
How has the first part of your election day been so far?
Well, like almost every other election day in my life, I started at 6:30 in the morning at a poll in Euclid and was at Bluestone Elementary for about 10 hours. Left there about 5:30 so I could get a little bit of food and get a little cleaned up. I don't think you would have wanted to see me in that after 10 hours outside. But it seemed like turnout was up. That particular poll, turnout is often lower than other parts of the city of Euclid, but it felt like turnout was up. And based on some of the reporting I've seen from some of the folks that I trust, it looks like turnout is up both in rural counties and urban counties. Turnout might be a little bit higher in rural counties, which might cause some of my Democratic friends a little bit of apprehension. But I guess I would remind, them and you and anyone watching that when turnout goes up by 1 percentage point in Cuyahoga County, that's thousands of votes. When it goes up 1 percentage point in some of these rural counties, that's hundreds of votes. So even if turnout is a little higher in some of the rural areas, based on the 10 hours I stood outside and who was coming to vote and what the reporting is, at least initially, I'm feeling good about Issue 1 right now at 8 o'clock on Tuesday night.
Okay, that was going to be my next question for you. As you're paying attention to what's happening, you're hearing things from people, what do you think is the most likely result tonight on Issue 1 and also Issue 2, the 2 statewide initiatives by the end of the night tonight?
Yeah, so I feel like both of them are going to win, but Issue 2 is a little harder to forecast because so much of the focus has been on Issue 1. Issue 1, if you wipe away all the misinformation and the dirty tricks that the Republicans out of Columbus have put forward to try to stop the yes vote, most of the just basic polling seems to indicate that 58% of the state wants legal abortion access. 84% of the state is completely opposed to any sort of abortion ban that does not include an exception for rape or incest. So there was some very strong, just on a normal day, if you would have polled 11.5 million Ohioans, I think the majority would have said, no, we would prefer to have abortion access. Issue 2 is a little harder to forecast because, marijuana regulated like alcohol, while I think it is going to pass, it was up for a statewide vote several years ago before the pandemic and it failed. And I do kind of wonder if marijuana is going to be seen sort of like casino gambling. In other words, it's just going to take several attempts before Ohioans are comfortable with it. And of course, this is a legislative initiative. This is a legislative statute being brought forth by voters, as opposed to the constitutional amendment of Issue 1. So the Ohio General Assembly, if Issue 2 passes, the Ohio General Assembly could change it, frankly, next week. And, I obviously we can talk a little bit about that, but I think they are both, I think that could happen. So, feeling more confident in my belief that Issue 1 will pass. I suspect Issue 2 will pass, but I'm going to be watching that data as much as anybody.
You're in the legislature day in, day out, and, you're talking to people, you're talking to constituents. Do you get the sense that Issue 1 and Issue 2 are issues that are split down politically ideological lines, or are you seeing crossover between Republican and Democratic constituents when it comes to support or lack of support for both of these issues?
No, that's a great question. Again, what we've seen is, again, with the Issue 1 data, give or take 90% of Democrats want legal access. 70% of independents want legal access to reproductive rights and abortion access, and 40% of Republicans do. Again, this is an issue. Republicans in Columbus are putting themselves in the middle of people's bedrooms across the state and in people's medical examination rooms. And there's a reason that babies are born in hospitals and not courtrooms or legislatures. These are very, bringing forth a child is a very, every pregnancy is different. Every pregnancy can be difficult. And these are very personal decisions. And I think the majority of Ohioans just feel like they believe that their moral code is sufficient in this particular area, and they don't need the state legislature to be making these decisions for them. So that's issue one. Issue two, I think, is more of a partisan divide. I think there are more. I think the majority of Democrats, if not all the Democrats that I'm aware of, are supportive of the issue, but that is not true of all the Republicans. There are some Republicans that, again, sort of see this as a freedom issue, see that the war on drugs has been a failure, don't see marijuana as dangerous as some other drugs that they believe should be, regulated and kept illegal. So I think the issue two is more likely to have a clear partisan divide, but there are some Republicans that also want to see it legalized, which again is one of the reasons why I think the marijuana issue could take a few more iterations before it gets passed. But again, I'm also predicting that it'll pass.
Okay. When we take a look at issue one, I want to get your take on this and what your kind of sense has been out there. Did you sense any confusion on people with issue one this time being very specifically about a constitutional amendment, about abortion access, and the fact that in the August special election there was an issue one that was about just the ability to change our Constitution more generally?
Yeah, so it is interesting. Obviously, just 3 months ago, obviously out of touch GOP politicians try to end majority rule for the specific reason of trying to suppress reproductive rights in Ohio. And two things sort of happened as soon as the Dobbs decision came down in June of 2022. A grassroots movement to restore reproductive rights in America and in Ohio began to organize. And Republicans in the state legislature tried to put roadblocks in the middle of that. You might remember that a state representative had a memo leaked to his Republican colleagues back in mid-December of 2022 when they were again trying to put change the constitutional threshold, back then, and Democrats were able to block it. So to answer your question, I think 2 weeks ago, people were still confused. Didn't we just vote no? Should we be voting no again? Are we, what side on this are, didn't we just do this? But because this is a slightly later election, this is November 7th, as opposed to like November 2nd, we've had more time to talk to voters. We've had more time to do lit drops, more time to do grassroots. And I think voters understand it. I stood outside a poll for 10 hours today, and nobody that I spoke to was confused about which way they were voting. No one said to me, are we voting yes this time? Now, again, 2 weeks ago, as I was going door to door for the issue, we were getting some of that. But I think we've had enough time to explain that we were a no in August and we're a yes in November. And so I think there's still a lot of disinformation out there about things like parental rights, which the constitutional amendment would not affect in the least. But again, I think the confusion might be on that side, not, what side of the issue are we on this time?
Okay. And I want to switch gears now and talk about issue two. I just want to ask quickly, what was the consensus in the legislature about issue two? Were you seeing that split along ideological lines? Were you seeing support or, maybe some hesitancy there for issue two in the legislature?
Yeah, no, I think Democrats were in favor of issue two and Republicans weren't. I mean, I think that was, I honestly, at this point, I only know of one Republican in the two chambers that is supportive of issue 2. Now, I suppose there could be a few more, but I do work alongside these folks, all the time. I'll be down there tomorrow. So yeah, I think if there would have been a groundswell of Republican support for issue 2, I would have heard about it.
Okay. Now for you, Senator Smith, tonight, what would a win look like for you in this election tonight?
Well, I mean, the big issue is issue 1. We've seen, and again, and I know you know this, Stephanie, but 700,000 Ohioans, signed a petition to put this issue before the entire state. I think Ohio is a pro-choice state. I think this is a pro-choice nation. We've had almost 50 years of safe, legal abortion access, and I think Ohioans are going to reclaim that tonight. Again, issue 2, I have a sense as to which way it's going to go, but it's not but that's more of an instinct than opposed to me kind of drilling down into some data. Again, that level of activism that has arisen around issue 1, and again, even Mike DeWine just a week ago had a quote that basically said, well, maybe we should revisit the 6-week abortion ban, so that there is an exception for rape. Well, Ohioans are going to do something that Mike DeWine didn't do, which is veto the 6-week abortion ban tonight and restore reproductive rights and put them in the Ohio Constitution. And so, yeah, it's interesting that it's fairly clear to me that nobody was thinking that the Dobbs decision would in fact happen when they passed the 6-week abortion ban, because had they thought about it, they would have passed a more sensible piece of legislation than more Ohioans actually believe. But this is what Republicans do. I mean, they tried to end majority rule 3 months ago. They're in favor of book bans. They're in favor of teaching both sides of the Holocaust. They want rapists to have more rights than their victims, which is what you get when you don't have an abortion exception for rape. So they're just wildly out of touch. The only way they can maintain power is through dirty tricks and gerrymandering. And Ohioans are going to teach them a lesson tonight.
One more question for you while we have you right now, Senator Smith. I'll ask you about maybe the broader implications that the election results tonight may have for the country, because a lot of people do still look to Ohio in these situations. And it has been suggested that what happens in Ohio tonight may be sort of a playbook across the country moving forward. So what do you think about the broader implications here as we look ahead a year from now to the 2024 election?
Well, I mean, I do think that reproductive rights are something that are widely accepted by huge segments of the population. Again, 90% of Democrats, 70% of independents, 40% of Republicans. So yeah, if the Dobbs decision was the dog that caught the car, I mean, about 10 years ago, or even 15 years ago, I put forth the premise that after the Bush v. Gore Supreme Court decision in 2000, which was split 5-4 that ended that recount, that at that moment, the U.S. Supreme Court could have overturned Roe v. Wade, because when pushed into partisan tunnels, they would have voted 5-4, yet they didn't touch it. And I thought they didn't do so because they knew the political pain that they would feel if they overturned this would be substantial. So they finally get a more extreme Supreme Court. They overturn it in summer of 2022. And what's happened? Every state that's voted on it has reversed the decision, depending on how the ballot language was worded. So again, I think this is a victory. I think tonight will be a victory for the reproductive justice side of this battle. But win or lose, I think the battle does not end today, because I think unfortunately, the extreme out of the mainstream GOP still controls the legislature, and Mike DeWine has shown himself to be a very weak governor and will yield to their interests. So I think the fight will continue, but I think reproductive rights will be enshrined in the Ohio Constitution by midnight or so tonight.
We will certainly know sooner rather than later. Senator Smith, thank you very much for your perspective. We'll be checking back with you later tonight after we know more.
Yep. Thanks very much. Talk to you later.
All right. Thank you, Senator Smith. And thank you for being with us here on the 2023 streaming election special here at 3 News. We've got more coming up for you tonight. We'll be back in a little bit with another election update for you, so stick with us.
Exciting.
We are back with our 2023 election streaming special here at 3 News. I'm Stephanie Haney.
I'm Mike Polk, and we have some new numbers for you, right?
We do have new numbers that have come in. You know, the last time we talked, we had a little over 400,000 votes cast in the state of Ohio. Now we're looking at these numbers statewide on issue 1 and issue 2, and we're much closer to 1 million votes at this point.
Yes, and those numbers seem to be holding true so far as percentages. We're still looking at about 66% in favor of issue 1 and 33%, 34% against, and then about 58% in favor of issue 2 and 42% against. And of course, that's still very preliminary. I did look it up just out of curiosity for a little bit of context. And in 2022, like 4 million people voted in Ohio. So we're still at a fourth of that now. I don't know if that many people will vote in this necessarily, although they did say that early voting numbers are way up. So maybe that will mean that more people are going to be voting. But regardless, we're probably looking at least, we have to have at least 2 million more votes come in before we can actually say anything. And we don't know where these people are voting at either, where these counties are, where these results are coming from, what counties they're coming from is important because that's going to be different based on what county we're in. So It's still very early. But as of right now, it certainly looks like issue 1's looking pretty good, and issue 2 as well. Looks like they're both in pretty good shape.
Look like they are on the road to passing again. We will see. So Bree Buckley is our reporter that is on Board of Election issues tonight. So she's going to be taking a closer look at voter turnout with us and also how things have been looking.
Yeah, we also had a little incident we're going to talk about.
Yeah, we did get word that there was potentially a little bit of something going on there with some ballots at one polling location. We're going to get more information from Bree Buckley on that very
Right now
soon.
It's just rank speculation. But if we call it rank speculation, then we're allowed to say that.
That is true, because it is speculation at the moment, although we do have a source who was there on the ground, and we're getting confirmation from that person.
We are. I will also mention, though, that the original source may or may not have been my sister.
And by may or may not have been his sister, it actually was his sister. So thank you very much.
That's an example right there of a concerned, informed viewer helping out and letting us know about a situation so that we can let you know. And if you guys are getting any info out there, please let us know by all means.
Yes, please. You can DM that to us. You can email us, shaney@wkyc.com and polk@wkyc.com. Send us anything you're seeing out there on the ground. You know, polling locations did close at 7:30. But again, if you were in a place where there was an issue or where there was a long line and you have been in line, there could still be ballots being cast in person right now.
Now, of course, we've been here for the last 17 hours, and we will be here until 11 p.m. That's a bit of an exaggeration, just feels like it. But we will be here until 11 p.m., bring you up to the minute updates about what's going on in Ohio politically on this election day. But something kind of cool happened outside in a neighbor state, and I guess we should give that a shout out right now.
Yeah, we are learning now that NBC News has projected that Democrat Cheryl Parker will be elected the first female mayor of Philadelphia. From my understanding, she will be the 100th mayor and the first woman elected in the city of Philadelphia to the position of mayor.
Isn't that crazy that it's been that many and they haven't had a female mayor yet? I thought that was pretty remarkable.
That is pretty remarkable. It actually is pretty wild to think about, you know, when you think about just the sheer number of women in the world, that it would have taken this long for a female mayor.
But that's very exciting.
It is.
Congrats to them. Congrats to them.
Another race that we're following, of course, or not race, but issue that we're following is the issue 38. That's the proposed charter amendment in Cleveland here in Cuyahoga County.
Yes.
This is the People's Budget Initiative.
Now this would decide if a portion of the budget for the city would actually be decided how to use that by the people themselves. Like you would get a say, the people would get a say in how that budget is used, a percentage. And it's a little more complicated than that, but essentially that's it. It would give the people a say over a certain percentage of the budget. And according to our hot man on the street back here, Dino, that's a pretty close race right now. It's only separated by about 1,100 votes.
It is a close race right now, so that separation is at this point in favor of no, of that not passing. So now we're looking at about 8,700 votes so far cast in the no column. So that's about 53.4% in the no column and about 46.6% in the yes column. So as of right now, the People's Budget Initiative, issue 38, not in the passing column in Cleveland.
You got some other numbers over there for us? Some hot numbers? Which ones do you need? No, those ones right there? What do we got there?
We're just looking at some of the other issues here. You know, I'm looking at different charter amendments, but specifically the one that I wanted to make sure that we talked about, because this was a major issue here in Cleveland, was the people's budget here.
That's why that
Cleveland.
matters.
Yes, that's why that was a big topic of conversation. You know, people were speaking out about it. Mayor Justin Bibb actually not in favor of the people's budget charter issue here in Cleveland. As we just take a look now, I just want to give you one more update here before we take a break, before we bring in Bree Buckley, who'll be talking to us about voter turnout and potentially, you know, issues.
How we're looking out there. It was pretty packed when I was out there today. I know that that's just anecdotal, but I was surprised by how busy it was when I went out and voted.
Yeah, a lot of people getting out there. We're hearing from people that voter turnout anecdotally has seemed to be high, so Bree will talk with us more about that. Now that we're looking at the Secretary of State's website one more time before we take a quick break here, it is now over 1 million votes cast, and those percentages are, they're holding generally to what we were seeing. So issue 1, the yes vote, now at 60%.
Took a bit of a dip.
A little bit of a dip there. The no vote at 39.7%, and that's with a little over 1 million votes cast, 1,017,016 votes cast. If we take a look at issue 2, also a little over 1 million votes cast, 1,006,820, and that one, 1,006,822, and then about 56% in the yes column, about 44% in the no column for issue 2, the regulation of marijuana like alcohol.
So a little bit of movement there, but those numbers are going to be pretty hard to overcome at this point with that many people having voted. I mean, it looks like, it's very early obviously, but I think that those are gonna. I think the early polling suggested that these numbers would be about where they are. It's amazing how accurate those can be.
It is. It is really interesting to see, because you never know what's going to happen with polling. And also, one of our colleagues actually was saying that she took part in an exit poll today. So they are doing national exit polling here in Ohio on issue 1. They're very interested to see, because as we're hearing from lots of people, this may have ramifications for 2024 and beyond in other states.
It also pains me a bit to acknowledge this, but our former co-worker slash frenemy, Mark Namick, pretty much called these numbers as well so far. So credit to Mark Namick so far. We'll see if he stays. And we're actually going to have him back in here later on, allegedly, if he's not too busy, so that he can gloat if these numbers hold, because so far Mark Namick has been on the money.
Yeah, we'll see what's happening. You know, he's very busy over there at Signal Cleveland at the moment, but we are going to get him back in here, so we'll check in with him again. And we will be back in just a little bit. And when we come back, we'll have Bree Buckley to give us an update on voter turnout and some of the things that are happening out there on the street.
And some more numbers for you folks. Stick around. Hey, welcome back everybody to the WKYC Decision 2023 streaming special. I am Mike Polk and I'm here with intrepid reporter Bree Buckley, who has been out in the trenches all day.
Trenches indeed.
You have been. You still look great despite that.
Oh, thank you so much.
Well, tell us what it's looking like out there.
Yeah, so I was live at the Board of Elections earlier tonight. Actually just got an update. I got off the phone with a poll worker who was at Roosevelt Elementary School in Lakewood. They did end up having a few issues there. We're still waiting on the Board of Elections to confirm this with us, but she tells me that they had a shortage of ballots. So they were supposed to have they had 1,800 ballots and they had 1,908 people show up. So they ended up having to not turn people away. She told me they didn't turn anyone away. They were all able to cast their ballots, but they had to use a different process where they had to basically, she says, they printed off blank ballots. They had to then fill those out to run them through the scanner. So she says everyone was still able to cast their ballot. I talked to a woman on the phone as well who was pretty upset that this happened, concerned about, the legitimacy of it. Does this mean my vote's still cast? Obviously, with the hot topics of issue 1 and issue 2, she was very concerned, mostly about issue 1, saying that she wants to make sure her vote counts. But yeah, that's what it's looking like.
Early on, was there doesn't appear to have been anything nefarious though. It doesn't seem like there was no foul play. They just didn't have enough ballots.
Yeah, that's what she's saying, is that they were down about 108 ballots.
Now, I mean, I would assume that might say something about voter turnout, that they weren't expecting this many voters apparently, because I just don't even know. I haven't heard of that where we just ran out.
Yeah, didn't have enough. Voter turnout has been really good so far. I think at my last check we're at about 43.5%, which compared to the August election, I mean, that's surpassed it already, and we're still waiting for that to come in.
Right, so, and there was early voting that was high as well. Yeah. Any other trouble that you heard about voting today out there?
No, I did talk to the Board of Elections official earlier today, and he mentioned that there was a bit of a hiccup at a polling location just with the scanner, but they were able to get that fixed quickly, and that was.
So it sounded like minor technical issues, if anything, and nothing. But there is, as far as we know, there is not an Argentinian space laser conspiracy to upset our elections this time.
Mike Polk Jr., everyone.
All right, just making sure. Just making sure that's not the case.
The UFOs have arrived.
Everybody's safe out there. That's good.
And they came and they stole 108 ballots specifically.
What does the vibe seem like out there? I just know that we are talking about pretty contentious issues, as you said. Yeah. I know that we were prepared in case there were going to be any protesters or anything. Was there any of that you ran into?
No, I didn't see any of it. I was just downtown. I did not venture out to any of the suburb polling locations. Lydia Spar was in Strongsville earlier. She told me that big turnout, didn't see any issues there.
Smooth and easy.
Yeah, Akron looked good. Isabel Lawrence was down there. So it seems like it's been pretty good so far.
Well, so now we're just waiting on final results.
Final results.
And we are not allowed to call anything, obviously, because that would be inappropriate because we don't have final results, although we are hearing they're getting very close to some final numbers.
Yes.
And that could happen any minute now, which is all the more reason to stay tuned to our election special here at 3 News, because we're going to take them right up until 11 o'clock, bringing you the news from out on the street. Bree Buckley, out on the street.
Thank you, Mike.
Bringing the word. Thank you very much for your information. We'll be right back with some numbers, some hot numbers coming at you, folks. Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our 2023 election streaming update here at WKYC. I'm Stephanie Haney.
I'm Mike Polk, and I guess you could say we have some news.
We do. We have a major projection just in from the Associated Press and NBC News. They have just confirmed issue 1 is projected to pass in the state of Ohio. So what that means is abortion rights will be guaranteed in the Ohio Constitution up to the point of viability here in our state.
That's right. So very big news. That came pretty early, really, in the whole scheme of things, in the early in the election night, because it was rather resounding. So far, it looks like, or else they wouldn't have been able to call it. And it will be interesting to see when this, when the final tally comes in, what that percentage is at, because as you'll recall, the original issue 1, remember that one from that when now that we're playing the hits from back in August, the special election, we voted on whether or not we wanted our threshold to be over 50% to pass something like this. And it will be interesting to see where it ends up in that window to see if that would have even affected it or not. But right now it looks like it's a pretty resounding win for issue 1 proponents.
Associated Press and NBC News again confirming that it is projected to pass here in Ohio. So as we look at the numbers that are coming in from the Secretary of State, they're getting updated by the moment. Right now, with just over 1.5 million votes cast here in the state of Ohio, it's at 57.7% in the yes column and 42.3% in the no column. So again, projected to win. They are calling it. They are calling issue 1 as passing here in the state of Ohio, which is an historic moment for people who are proponents of abortion rights here in the state, and something that people are watching at the national level.
It is interesting and a bit ironic to think that previously to Roe versus Wade being overturned, actually now women will have more control over their bodies following this Roe v. Wade being overturned because of this amendment being added to the Constitution. And so it's a complicated situation for people who are obviously pro-life, and it'll be interesting to see how the state reacts to this. It really will.
It will be interesting to see here in the state, and also a bit of a watershed moment potentially for the country. You know, earlier in the show we had NBC's Steve Kornacki. We had a conversation with him with our reporter Lena Lai, and he was talking about how what happens here in Ohio will potentially be a roadmap for things that we may see in other states as we look toward the 2024 election.
There's been a lot of talk nationally. If you look at any of the programs, even over the weekend, and Ohio was the focus, because as Ohio goes, so goes the nation. In things like this, we really will be a big decider in this. And you're going to see people's campaigns are going to change because of how issue 1 went here. People's positions are going to have to be nuanced a little bit, I think, because people are going to be taking this into consideration. Don't think the politicians aren't watching and seeing how Ohio reacted to this, and they'll probably be adjusting accordingly one way or the other.
You know, when we talk about what happened in August with that version of a different issue, issue 1, when the conversation was about what it would take to change the Constitution here in Ohio, and Ohio voters, again, they turned that down. Ohio voters not interested in raising that threshold to adjust that. We talked about this earlier with Republican Lee Weingart, and that was something that he very specifically mentioned. He said he expected issue 1 to pass tonight, and then he also said that Republicans would have to take a long, hard look at platforms, because here in Ohio, the voters have shown that Ohioans are not interested in the kind of abortion restrictions that we had seen prior to this. I'm talking about specifically the so-called heartbeat bill, which is on pause right now. That was something that the Ohio Supreme Court had heard oral arguments about, and we were sort of waiting to see what would happen there. But that now becomes a moot point because Ohio has now guaranteed abortion rights in its Constitution. Of course, these are the unofficial results, but Associated Press and NBC News declaring that issue 1 will pass in Ohio.
And nothing on issue 2 yet officially, necessarily, but we also have a little bit more news nationally for you. The Kentucky governor race has been decided, and Andy Beshear has been re-elected as the Democratic governor in Kentucky to another term.
That's right, to a second term for him. So we got that update in not long before we got the update on issue 1 being called here in Ohio.
Yeah, so those are our hot updates for you on our streaming special. We actually talked about Mr. Weingart, who's going to be joining us again here in a little bit to talk a little bit about the results that we've seen so far, and he looks pretty prophetic at this point.
Yeah, it pretty much is. He called this one. He called this shot, and a lot of people, I think, were expecting this to happen on both sides of the aisle, and he did call it when we speak earlier. So when we talk again, we'll talk about his reaction to those results.
And we're going to come back with some more numbers for you and let you know what's going on with some of the other issues that maybe aren't getting as much focus as 1 and 2. For example, just a reminder that issue 18 is very close right now, and we'll give you an update on that when we return.
All right, we'll be back in just a bit.
Stay
Stick with
tuned.
us. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Decision 2023, the 3 News 2023 election special with streaming. I'm Stephanie Haney.
I'm Mike Polk. You saw the graphic. Pretty impressive, right? We really like that graphic. And we have some more breaking news for you. Go ahead. Tell them the good news.
We do have breaking news.
Well, I mean, the news, depending on how you stand.
Well, a lot of
clear.
people in Ohio think this is good news. The majority of
I represent
people in
the majority,
Ohio
apparently. Yeah.
think this is good news. NBC News has just projected that issue 2 will pass here in Ohio. That
Touchdown.
was the voter-led initiative to regulate recreational marijuana for adult use like alcohol.
That's right. This is a big deal, I guess, for the state. It really is. We will now join their 23 states that already have recreational marijuana in some form, and Washington, D.C. And so now we join those other states. And what's going to be interesting is if you think about it, we've got Michigan, which has legal marijuana, but we're surrounded by other states that don't have legal marijuana. That's Indiana and West Virginia doesn't have legal marijuana, neither does Kentucky. And so in the same way that a lot of Ohioans are going up to Michigan to go and get marijuana and spending a lot of tax money there, then maybe we're going to be getting some of that Indiana money and some of that Kentucky tax money and some of that West Virginia tax money. So this is going to have some long repercussions that I think we might not be considering right now.
Absolutely. That was a big argument by the people in favor of issue 2 passing here in Ohio. It was that Ohio was basically leaving money on the table because so many people were going to Michigan for that access for recreational marijuana use. But now, effective in 30 days, that money's going to be staying here, as soon as they can figure out everything with the licensing and getting shops open and that kind of thing.
It is. There's still a lot of T's to cross and I's to dot and money to be made under the table probably, but that's neither here nor there. I do have the actual information about what this means that I'll share some of that with you right now. Issue 2 is going to so now Ohioans who are 21 and older can purchase and possess marijuana for recreational purposes. It was medical before, and now you can do it for recreational purposes as of December 7th. So now that this passed, you also can grow it. You can grow up to 6 plants. Each adult can grow up to 6 cannabis plants on your property, or up to 12. So if you cohabitate with somebody, you can only grow 12. So if you live with 30 people, That doesn't mean that you can't do 100.
It's not 6 per person.
It does cap off at 12. I don't know who's growing that many, but more power to you. You have the right to do that now if you want to. That's the important thing. Communities, in case you're wondering, do have the right to prohibit this from you from growing in their area. So if you live in some gated community and you have some kind of an agreement that you had signed beforehand, then you can't do that. Tax money, as we were talking about, this is going to be taxed. As of right now, it's at 10% is the tax that you'll be making on each that you'll be paying on this. That's in addition to the state and local taxes. And of that 10%, some of it's going to be used like on drug treatment programs and infrastructure for the program itself. So there was one more thing that I thought was of note here, and that's that the people who are doing this are going to bring down the cost of marijuana compared to if it's just in a medical. If you only have it for medical, then the price is obviously going to be higher than if you have it for recreational and medical, because you're going to have more competition. And with more competition, you're going to see the prices come down. So if you've been using medical marijuana in Ohio, your prices of your marijuana are going to come down significantly. I don't know exactly when though, because again, we don't know exactly what the bells and how the inner workings of this are going to work. That's still to be decided.
Yeah, a lot of questions left on this, but what we do know, NBC again has projected issue 2 to pass here in Ohio, so there will be a new chapter in the Ohio Revised Code, and it will be about regulating recreational marijuana for adult use, like alcohol. Now, here's the important thing about this though, how this differs from issue 1. Issue 1, constitutional amendment, that also projected to pass here in Ohio, guaranteeing abortion rights. Both of these to take effect in 30 days. But with this being a voter-led legislative initiative with issue 2, that does mean that our legislature can go in and do some fine-tuning or tweaking or changing to this law before it even takes effect, potentially, which is something we can see happen.
Right, that's true. They can. For example, that 10% tax might be negotiable. They might decide to make that a little higher and put some money towards something that they might consider worthy, or they might put some more regulations on it. It is more malleable than a constitutional amendment, and they knew that going in because they decided to go this route, apparently, from what I understand, because it's easier to get this on a ballot than a constitutional amendment and easier to get it passed. So that's the route they went. And now we'll see where it goes from here.
Yeah. So that's our update for you on issue 2, projected to pass here in Ohio. One more update we want to give you very quickly before we take a break and bring in our reporter Danielle Wiggins. We do have the official projection from the Summit County Board of Elections that council member Shamus Malik will be the next mayor of Akron. He pretty handily defeated his write-in competitor.
Yeah, really took a shellacking, that write-in candidate. I don't know who the write-in candidate was, but apparently, according again to our excellent source right behind me, Dano, 97% he won with.
97% to 3%. That's with all precincts reporting in Summit County from the Board of Elections.
So rough day for that mail-in candidate.
Nathaniel Green.
Oh, Nathaniel Green.
Thank you from our producer slash manager Brandon Simmons over in the corner. We appreciate that.
And rest in power, Nathaniel Green. Tough hit. But hey, bounce back, Nathaniel. You never know. Can't do worse.
Can always run for something else maybe next time.
Yeah, and congratulations. That's a big change there.
Yes, it is.
In Akron.
All right, we will be back in just a matter of minutes. We'll have reporter Danielle Wiggins with us. She will have updates for us on some of the school issues that we've been following across Northeast Ohio in Decision 2023.
Stick around. Hey gang, welcome back to our live streaming election special. We've been going for quite some time now. We're taking you right up till 11 with all of the information that you need to know. And now we're with our intrepid reporter, Danielle Wiggins. How you doing, Danielle?
I'm doing well. First election night here at WKYC. Excited to be covering these education
You are
issues.
nailing it. You're out on the street bringing us all the news that we need, and we thank you for that. And we should let them know right off the top, in case they're just joining us, as far as we know right now, issue 1 and issue 2 look like they're going to pass. Isn't that right?
Yeah, projected. Many people are projecting it here to pass issue 1 and 2 concerning abortion rights as well as recreational marijuana.
That's right. AP and NBC called it, so those are pretty much in the bag. But you've got some more information for us about some of the school situations and some of the more down-low issues that aren't getting as much attention. And what have you learned today?
So right now, what I've been doing is for the past few weeks, I've been focusing on those school levies and bond issues that are worth more than $100 million. So in Northeast Ohio, we have 4 districts that have bond issues or school levies to build or renovate schools. Now, many of the school districts are saying that, hey, their buildings are old. The way that students learn, it's changing, you know, where kids used to carry or have to use their lockers and have big libraries. We don't have that anymore because it's digital. So they need to upgrade their buildings or simply build new buildings. So those 4 districts that I've been following for the last few weeks is Bedford. They are Bedford, Shaker Heights, Lorain, and North Ridgeville. So Bedford, let's start with them. They have, it is issue 4, and they were asking for $161 million to build a new middle school, new high school, a number of different buildings. They're actually going to consolidate, or the plan is to consolidate because they're seeing a decline in enrollment in Bedford City Schools. Right now, for putting that up there, that I just checked. Get this, Mike. So the number 4, 1,224, and Brandon, let me know if that's updated or not. And against is 1,250. That's just 26 votes.
Wow.
So it
that's
is
a very
failing,
tight one.
yes, by 26 votes.
Wow.
Last year, North Ridgeville, or actually not last year, just a few months ago in May, North Ridgeville, their school levy, $190 million levy to build a new high school and a elementary school, failed by just 23 votes.
Unreal.
So we're going to get to North Ridgeville in just a second, but staying in Cuyahoga County, we have Shaker Heights as well. So Shaker Heights had a sort of a bundle issue. They had a bond issue to kind of renovate all their schools, the operating levy, as well as another levy to expand their pre-K program. There was actually a political action committee formed to come against the initiatives there in Shaker Heights.
To fight against them.
Yes, saying that this was the wrong plan at the wrong time. But then there was another one too that was supportive. And as we take a look at right now, I believe issue 13 in Shaker Heights, 2,475 for and 1,732 against. So Shaker Heights, they are passing right now. Their initiative would renovate all their school buildings for pre-K to 8th grade students.
Wow,
okay?
a lot of passionate people on that.
Yes,
one,
yes. So we have Bedford failing by 26 votes
26
right
Don't
now.
let anyone tell you that your vote doesn't matter.
That is
Anybody
so
who
true.
says, oh, maybe I don't feel like voting, it comes down to that tight sometimes.
26 votes. Shaker Heights, their bond issue that's bundled with some levies as well, it is passing currently, issue 13. Now we move to Lorain County. Avon Lake, that's one where, again, that community is growing, and issue 11 there. And what they want to do is they want to consolidate their buildings as well. So take their buildings down, not operate so many buildings in terms of school buildings, and they want to build new buildings as well as renovate their high school. And so they are the most expensive right now in Northeast Ohio. That's a $170 million.
That's what they were asking for
taxpayers. Right now, that issue is losing so far. So right now, the for votes, 5,801. Against is 6,242. So you can see those who are against the bond issue are sort of prevailing right now in Avon Lake. Now we move to North Ridgeville because This is the fourth time that they put a ballot initiative on the ballot pretty much in the last 4 years.
They've been trying to raise money this long.
Yes, to build a new high school. There's a confusion there. I was out at North Ridgeville yesterday, and they were telling me that people in the community are saying, didn't we just build a new high school? We just built a new high school, because that's what they want to be built, because they said they're overcrowded. So their high school was built to hold 900 students. Right now they have 1,400 enrolled.
Oh, wow.
So they're crammed in that school building there, and they added like these mobile modular units that they have that hold 200, but the kids have to go outside to get to it.
I'm familiar with that system.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, you are?
That's nice. Yep.
Yes.
I spent some time in one of those Home Depot pop-up shops back in my schooling days. Yep.
You know, I took a walk through it, and yeah, it's
Kinda.
you know, and they say it's like a temporary fix, and so I couldn't imagine what it's like when the cold, you know.
Do you ever know how they build it accidentally too small originally? Did they just have like a population boon?
Well, yes, North Ridgeville, that is what's happening.
That's what happened.
People are continuing to move out there. They're building new developments.
So it's a victim of their own success in a way.
I guess
now they've got a bigger population.
So yeah, they have a bigger population. And actually, I talked to one of the councilmen yesterday out there. He graduated from North Ridgeville High School 43 years ago. And he said that it was overcrowded then. And so it was overcrowded 43 years ago. They used to split. So they used to take the freshmen and the sophomores. They would go during one portion of the day, then go home.
Wow.
Then the juniors and the seniors would go.
That's creative.
Right, but you can't do that
now.
now.
No, you can't. And it leads to shenanigans too, I'm
yes,
sure.
Yes, because, well, he said back then, a lot of the times you had single income earner homes, and that was, that is not the norm. Today, you usually have a dual income, so you can't really just send the kids home.
How are we looking for this one?
So North Ridgeville, when I checked a few hours ago, or maybe about an hour ago, it was losing.
Okay.
But the new updated version, 6,000 rather, 404, 6,230 against. So that is just 170 votes.
Making a push.
It is passing
nice.
right now. And remember, I said in May, they bundled it together. It was 190 million where they had the middle school and the high school. They dropped not the middle school, the elementary school rather, the elementary school and the high school together. They dropped off the elementary school and are focusing just on the high school. So currently it's passing. And
so now so it's 4 results. And where are these at as far as, do we know how close these are to being final results voter-wise? Is this, how many people are going to end up voting in these? Are these pretty much close to what we're going to be looking at?
Well, actually, I'm taking a look now. If we can pull up Avon Lake, it says, where I'm seeing, it says 17 of 17 precincts reporting.
There you
so
go.
it looks like that
pretty
is
much
called.
A done deal.
So that one has failed.
Precluding any
Avon
recounts
Lakes.
or anything like that?
Let's go to go back to North Ridgeville and check that again. Well, they're only 18 out of 24, so there's a few more precincts that need to be reported. And again, just 170
and those could
votes.
move.
Yes.
So yeah, those could definitely move, and those could move within the next hour or so.
Right, because the past hour when I was looking at it, it was only losing by 223 votes.
Okay.
So now it's winning by 170 votes, and so.
Well, will you come back and give us an update? Because we're going to be here for another hour. If things change, will you come back and update us?
Yeah, I'll try.
All right, I appreciate it.
I got to come back at 11. I got to be on 11.
You're a busy bee. We understand that. Well, we appreciate your time.
But yeah, I'll try to drop in.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank
All right.
you.
Well, that's your latest update. Again, issue 1 and issue 2 looks like passing, pretty much a sure thing. And we're going to have more school levy updates for you. And we're going to tell you what's going on with issue 18 when we come back. Please stay tuned to the stream. Keep watching. Welcome in, everybody. If you're just joining us, this is Decision 2023. I'm Mike Polk.
And I'm Stephanie Haney. We are here with the 3 News 2023 election streaming special, as we've been with you all night long.
We've been here for
up to the minute.
quite some time, giving you reactions all night long, letting you know what's up. We're going to take you right up until 11 o'clock, where the boss man, Russ Mitchell, is going to take over, obviously, in the main room. But we're here with you, giving you big results. And we've got some to share with you right off the top, don't we?
Yes, we do. Tonight, we can tell you that NBC News and the Associated Press have both called it. They have both projected that both Issue 1 and Issue 2 are going to pass here in Ohio.
That's right. We've got pretty much confirmation from AP. We've got it from NBC. We've got it from, so it's real. It's real. These things passed. It happened. That's what's going on in Ohio. Issue 1 passes. Issue 2 passes. So now marijuana will be treated as alcohol as of right now, and right now Issue 1 is passed as well, which gives, explain it better than I will.
So what Issue 1 was here in Ohio this time around, in this November 7th election, that will be a change to our state constitution. So both of these issues will be effective in 30 days from today, so we're looking at December 7th for effective dates.
As opposed to Issue 2, which is?
A legislative initiative. That's a voter-led legislative initiative, so that'll be...
She's a lawyer, folks.
I am. I am a lawyer in my off time.
Yeah.
And so we've got a new chapter that will be written both metaphorically and literally in the Ohio Revised Code here in Ohio. A lot of changes coming to Ohio in the next 30 days.
That's right. And we have all kinds of, we've been giving you school levy updates the whole night. And Issue 18, that's another interesting one that we're going to touch on too, and that one has to do with changing how we operate, Issue 5 is the one that talks about how we're changing how we operate in Cleveland City Council, and if people actually will get a 2% say in how we use our budget.
Right, that is the People's Budget Initiative, and whether or not people would actually be able to have any control over even a small portion of the budget in Cleveland. So we've been looking at a lot of those issues, and by the way, we have updates on even more issues, maybe some of the ones that weren't getting as much of a statewide focus. That's on our live election results page on WKYC.com, so make sure you check that out. Tons of detail there for all of those county by county initiatives that were on the ballots.
We don't know exactly. If you are in Ashtabula County and you want to know who won county coroner, we don't have that right in front of us, but it is on WKYC.com.
Yeah, right, it is. So, but what we are seeing is some national reaction. We knew that people were watching Issue 1 around the country. People had been kind of speculating that this may be foreboding to what might happen as we look ahead to the 2024 election. So we want to take a look at some of those reactions. Let's go first to a tweet that was posted from the current president, Joe Biden. We've got that post right here. Today he said on Twitter, "Tonight, Americans once again voted to protect their fundamental freedoms and democracy won. In Ohio, voters protected access to reproductive health in their state constitution. Ohioans and voters across the country rejected attempts by MAGA Republican elected officials to impose extreme abortion bans that put the health and lives of women in jeopardy, force women to travel hundreds of miles for care, and threaten to criminalize doctors and nurses for providing the health care that their patients need and that they are trained to provide. This extreme and dangerous agenda is out of step with the vast majority of Americans." And he went on to say that my administration will continue to protect access to reproductive health care and call on Congress to restore the protections of Roe versus Wade in federal law once and for all. And he's not the only person who spoke about this.
Pretty strong. Yeah, we also have Vice President Kamala Harris, who said, "Today, voters in Ohio approved a constitutional amendment to protect reproductive freedom. They stood with the majority of Americans who believe that politicians should not interfere with a woman's right to make decisions about her own body." So, unsurprising stances, obviously, given their past support of abortion rights, but they are keying in. And we also hear from Sherrod Brown, our own senator here in Ohio. What did he have to say?
He said, very pointedly, "Tonight, Ohioans sent a clear message. Politicians have no place in women's health care decisions." We also got a lengthy statement from Cleveland Mayor Justin Bibb, and you can see those posts. Those are on the WKYC page, and here's just a portion of what Cleveland Mayor Justin Bibb said. He said, "For the second time this year, Ohioans showed our state legislator that no one can deny the will of the people. Government overreach into personal, private decisions won't be tolerated." And with that, of course, Mayor Justin Bibb is talking about the August special election, which was an attempt to thwart this potential constitutional change. What was talked about there, was something put on the ballot, a single issue ballot in August, to see if Ohioans would want to raise the threshold in order to change the Constitution here in our state. And the answer to that was no, they did not want to do that. And the answer today was yes, Ohioans do want to guarantee abortion access in our state constitution.
And you can't help but point out that looks like this number is going to be within that threshold, that this would have affected greatly if the original issue 1 in the special election would have passed, if it would have passed, and it would have raised that threshold, made it harder for a higher threshold, 50, taken 60% for it to change the Constitution, then it would be in that window now, and this would not have passed. So you can see why people who were such advocates for it, who were very much anti this issue 1, wanted that issue 1 to pass originally, because we right now would be having a very different conversation right now.
Yes, we would, because as we look at the numbers, right now, I'm going to refresh this one more time so we can give you the most up-to-date numbers from the Secretary of State
No
website.
one refreshes Google like we do, everyone. That's why you're tuned in.
That's right. We're giving you those up to literally the second updates with 2,930,729 votes accounted for so far here in the state of Ohio. Issue 1 is passing with 55.6% of a yes vote. So just like you said, within that range, if issue 1 passes in August to raise that threshold, we don't see issue 1 passing today in order to guarantee abortion rights in our Ohio state constitution.
And we don't know what this final number on as far as how many people are going to have voted here in Ohio, but as I said earlier, in the 2022 election, there were about 4 million people who voted in Ohio. Right now, we're looking at about 3 million people. That varies, though, from year to year, depending on what's on the ballot. As we said, there was a very high early vote count here for this one because people are assuming because of so much interest in issue 1. So I don't know what this final number is going to look like, but what we can say is that 3 million people, that's a pretty good representation of where we're going to be at. In other words, that's the people have spoken, and it looks as though abortion is legal in Ohio, and marijuana is legal as well for recreational purposes. It's now treated as alcohol.
And we'll continue to see, how that ends up shaking out as that moves forward, because again, as we mentioned, issue 2, a voter-led legislative initiative. So that means that more legislation could come. This could be tweaked depending on what our legislature decides to do. This will be effective, again, like issue 1, in 30 days, but we'll see what happens with the tweaking of this. For example, we mentioned earlier, right now the additional tax that would be put on it is 10% according to the issue 2 ballot language. The legislature could change that. We spoke earlier with Lee Weingarten. His projection, his guess was that the legislature will probably up that taxation percentage.
One more thing that we pointed out is that less people actually voted on issue 2 than voted on issue 1, and we can assume that that's because they were less familiar with the issue itself and didn't want to make an unqualified vote. And there are a lot of questions that people still have about this, because people were very decided pretty much how they felt on issue 1, I feel like. But issue 2, there were a lot more questions. For example, can you just start, as of December 7th, can you just blaze up walking around downtown? And the answer to that is maybe, because it's being treated under the same thing as the smoking ban. So whatever applied with the smoking ban now is supposed to apply with marijuana. In other words, you can't just smoke in a bar, marijuana, because you can't just smoke a cigarette in a bar. But if a restaurant owner wants you to allow you to smoke marijuana on their patio, then that is their prerogative. So you might have to deal with that if you're an outdoor diner.
Right.
So, yeah.
A lot of questions, and we'll
see. A lot
of
weird things you got to figure out still.
It's a
new world we live in now.
Good thing to think about before you just start doing these things. For example, lighting up in a restaurant would be a great example of something you may not want to do before you know exactly what that policy is. All right, well, we have a couple more interviews that we're going to get to today to kind of round things out as we finish out our Decision 2023 coverage.
We're going to check in with somebody and get the Democrat perspective on how things have gone tonight. We're going to get the Republican perspective as well, because we're going to give you both sides right here on the streaming special at WKYC Channel 3. This is our election night coverage, and we're with you until 11 o'clock.
We'll see you back here in just a little bit. Hello everybody, Stephanie Haney here. Thanks for staying with us for Decision 2023 here on our 3 News 2023 election streaming special. We've been checking in with people all night long as we bring you live up-to-the-minute results here in Ohio. We've had some pretty historic things happen tonight. So we're going to check back in with the Republican perspective. We talked earlier. So we'll bring in Lee Weingart. Lee, thanks for being back with us tonight on what's turned out to be a pretty historic night here in Ohio.
I should say it is. We addressed 2 big issues tonight as Ohio voters, abortion and legalizing marijuana. And the numbers are showing about 55-56% in each case voting yes. And I think the AP has called it already in both cases. So it appears that abortion will be liberalized in Ohio to viability, which essentially is the old Roe versus Wade standard before that was overturned by the U.S. Supreme Court. And recreational marijuana will be legal in Ohio in 30 days.
Coming up here pretty soon. So a lot is going to change here in the next month in Ohio, 30 days from now being December 7th of 2023. What's your take? I'll ask you first on the passage of Issue 1, the projected passing, which, as you mentioned, the Associated Press has also called, as well as NBC News.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it'd be about 57%. Looks like it might get there at some point. Anyways, we discussed earlier tonight, I think a lot of voters were put off by Ohio's pretty strict 6-week standard for abortion. Had the standard been longer, say 12 or 15 weeks, Issue 1 might not have passed. But people that I talked to just thought it was too short on the front end and were willing to go longer on the back end to keep abortion legal in Ohio. I think the General Assembly has to listen to the voters. As Republicans, we need to think about our message on abortion. I guess my hope as a Republican is this takes abortion off the table. We'll get back to issues that really matter to families, pocketbook issues like jobs and taxes, and make sure that Ohio remains competitive and our people remain employed and they have opportunities to support their families.
And I'll ask you the same on Issue 2. What is your takeaway on the projected passing of Issue 2 here in the state of Ohio?
Well, as we discussed earlier tonight, the story on Issue 2 is probably not done yet because it's an initiated statute, not a constitutional amendment. So the General Assembly and the governor are free to revise, overturn, change in any way they wish the result tonight. We talked about earlier tonight, potentially they could double the tax from 10% to 20%. They could restrict the people who have access to marijuana. So I don't think the story is done yet on recreational marijuana, although I think it will be legal.
Now, you touched on this a bit when you were talking about issue 1. Is there anything you would like to say, or I'll ask it this way as well, a message that you think this sends to Republican politicians here in our state?
Well, I think the voters spoke loud and clear tonight about abortion, that they wanted a more liberalized standard, a longer period to have an abortion. That's going to be the reality. So as Republicans, I think we need to try and get off that message onto something else, something that's a little more popular. Republican Party should get back to its roots in economics, in job creation, lower taxes, less regulation, more opportunities for our families. That's how we won elections as Republicans for a long time. I like to see the party shy away from the social issues, get back onto economic issues that are popular and will keep us getting elected as Republicans in Ohio.
Speaking of getting elected as Republicans in Ohio, you recently ran for election. You ran for Cuyahoga County Executive. So I'll ask you now, is there anything that you would like to say to Republican voters tonight in the state of Ohio?
Well, I think Republican voters, issue 1, issue 2 were, I think, bipartisan elections tonight. Certainly wasn't the Democrats who voted on issue 1 and issue 2. So that's probably a message to Republican leadership that the membership is not lockstep with the leadership, that on issues like abortion and marijuana, they're going to have an independent view from maybe the leadership in the state of Ohio. So we have to accommodate that. I've said for a long time that the Republican Party needs to be a big tent party to bring in people who are pro-choice, who are pro-marijuana. We can't be lockstep. We can't be a unified, a single issue or single view party. That's how you become a dinosaur in politics. Democrats are kind of moving that way in many respects. So Republicans should move to grab the middle part of the electorate, those moderates in the middle. And that's how we'll continue winning elections as Republicans, to become a bigger tent that attracts and appeals to a broader base of voters.
All right. Thank you very much for your time and your perspective tonight, Lee. We appreciate you talking with us from afar as you're traveling today.
Thanks, Stephanie. Have a great night.
You as well. Thank you very much. All right, that was Lee Weingart, as I mentioned, bringing us the Republican perspective on some historic things that have happened here tonight in Ohio. We'll take a little break now, and when we come back in a little bit, we'll have Democratic Senator Kent Smith with his take on what's happened tonight with Decision 2023. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Hello again, everybody. Welcome back to Decision 2023, our election streaming special coverage here on 3 News. I'm Stephanie Haney. We've been with you all night long for this historic night in the state of Ohio. We just heard from Republican Lee Weingart with his reaction to the things that have happened today. Now we're going to bring in the Democratic perspective. So now we turn to our Senator Kent Smith for the 21st District here in the state of Ohio. Senator Smith, I'll ask you first and foremost, what is your reaction to the projected passage of Issue 1 here in Ohio?
Yeah, absolutely huge night, a great victory for Ohioans. They spoke loudly today that they want to keep, they want to make their own healthcare decisions based on their own moral code and not have politicians in Columbus make these decisions for them.
Okay, and in that passage, we know this is a constitutional amendment. It'll take effect here in 30 days. And Issue 2, a voter-led legislative initiative to treat marijuana like alcohol here in the state of Ohio for adults. What's your reaction to the passage of Issue 2 here in Ohio?
Well, Issue 2, also a huge win. Again, this is a collective victory for liberty, freedom, autonomy, and democracy. Ohioans have again demonstrated that their views are not the views that are reflected by the extreme, out-of-touch Republican-led legislature. The Republicans in Columbus don't want to represent the people of the state of Ohio. They want to rule the state of Ohio and the Ohioans there. So yeah, a huge win for both issues. Frankly, better than I thought the night was going to go. Based on the victory margins involved.
Certainly an historic night here in Ohio. We've been having some conversation here about what this would have looked like if something different would have happened in August. If that Issue 1 that talked about the threshold for which a constitutional amendment could be made here in the state of Ohio would have been higher, because what we're looking at with returns now is we're kind of in that zone where it would have made a difference. Now I'll ask you, as somebody who is in the Senate here in Ohio. Previously, you served as a representative here in the state of Ohio. You're talking to these people all day long, all night long. Is there anything you want to say based on the things that happened tonight to politicians here in our state?
Well, I mean, what's amazing is that we've already got pushback from the Republican Speaker of the House and the Republican President of the Senate. I mean, the Speaker of the House has said in a statement, quote, "The legislature has multiple paths that we will explore, essentially to try to undo what the voters just did in terms of Issue 1. The Republican Senate was, frankly, even more appalling. And he said, this isn't the end. It's really just the beginning of a revolving door of ballot campaigns to repeal and replace Issue 1. I mean, my statement to both of those individuals is it's fairly clear that you don't care what Ohio voters want, and you should respect the views of Ohio voters now that they've spoken loud and clear, frankly, on both of these issues.
Now, go ahead, excuse me.
No. I was going to say, the Republicans in Ohio are now 0 for 2023. They lost their effort to get rid of majority rule in August, and now they've lost on both recreational marijuana and reproductive justice. And I think it's important, and I know, Stephanie, I know that you know what I'm going to say because you've covered it, but let's keep in mind what happened earlier in 2023, which is the Republican Speaker of the House, the former Republican Speaker of the House, and the head of the Ohio Republican Party were both sentenced to federal prison for corruption. I think part of what Ohioans said tonight is we're tired of Republicans with their extreme social views, and we're tired of Republican corruption. So if they were to bring this issue back, Ohioans would just give them the same result as they gave them tonight.
And what you're referencing there, Senator Smith, for people who may not be aware, is Ohio's former Speaker of the House, Larry Householder, who was sentenced to federal prison time for corruption related to House Bill 6, which was the nuclear power plant bailouts tied to First Energy. So that was the reference there. Now, I'll ask you, when you talk about those reactions coming from Republican leadership in our legislature, people may be nervous about that because there were a lot of people who were nervous about what would happen with Issue 1. What would you say to those people who might be nervous when they see a reaction like that from the leadership?
Well, again, I mean, the Republican Senate president about a year and a half ago was quoted as saying, we just kind of do what we want. And it was probably the truest statement he's ever made. They're not interested in what the majority of Ohioans want out of state government. That's why they keep losing these ballot issues. Their views are out of touch, out of the mainstream, and frankly, voters in Ohio deserve better. And the best way for us to end this, the Republican legislature's hold on Ohio, is to change the way the maps are drawn, and hopefully that'll be a ballot, a constitutional amendment change in the fall of 2024. We're not a red state. I think that we proved that tonight. We proved it on August 8th. We're a rigged state. The Republicans have cheated their way to the supermajorities in both chambers that they have. And the best thing that Ohioans can do is pass substantial redistricting reform, hopefully coming up in 2024.
And one thing I want to make clear for the people listening is that issue 1 is a constitutional amendment. In order for that to change, it will then have to go before voters. It can't happen without going on a ballot again. So I just want to make that clear for anyone listening who might be concerned about what's possible in the legislature.
Right. Yes. Thank you for that clarification, Stephanie.
All right. Thank you very much for your time today, Senator Smith. We appreciate your perspective. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, it was a great night for Ohio and America.
Certainly an historic night. And we have more to talk about. We'll be bringing back Mark Namick from Signal Cleveland to talk about this historic night that we are getting lots of reaction on. Again, we spoke earlier about a reaction from the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, and more. So stick with us. We'll be back in just a couple minutes as we wrap up our 2023 election coverage here on our streaming special. We'll be right back. All right.
We're back. It is Decision 2023, our streaming special. We've been going for hours and hours and hours now, and we are thrilled to be back with election guru Mark Namick, who's here with the latest results. Mark, how are we looking out there?
Well, most of it has been called. We are still waiting locally on the Cleveland Issue 38, which is that charter amendment that would give citizens a direct say over a small portion of the city budget. That looks very close right now.
And how is it leaning one way or the other?
It's slightly going down, you know, but based on where the votes are, what we've seen, we can't call it yet.
That's the problem with having a turnout like this is if 20 people got sick today, then it could decide an issue here in Cleveland.
Yeah, but it is a time-consuming process. You're driving from far ends of the city with a small jump drive, you know, that gets plugged in and then gets tabulated, and there's multiple eyes on it. But we're seeing, you know, we're waiting for that next big wave, which I think could help us make a decision on this.
Any surprises for you tonight? Did you see it, or did everything happen essentially as you saw it unfolding?
I'd say personally, the surprise I had was how closely Issue 1 and Issue 2 tracked together. I thought it would be a stronger vote for Issue 1 compared to Issue 2, but they both seem to be tracking pretty closely, probably 54-55% for each.
Right. And actually, if Issue 2 has jumped ahead a little bit of Issue 1 right now, which a lot of people, as you said, didn't see coming.
And the earlier polls were showing a little bit more of a spread.
It was always a little bit more of an unknown, though, Issue 2 was, as far as where voters stood on it and stuff. I thought one interesting thing that I saw during the lead up to the election was that the Cleveland.com had their like most read articles, and there were a lot more people who read articles about Issue 2 than Issue 1 because people's minds are pretty much made up about Issue 1, but Issue 2 they're still looking for information.
Yeah, there's a lot to sort out on. I guess we'll say the obvious. Yes, you can now smoke marijuana. I think people.
Did you hear that, everyone? Mark Namick says we can all light up.
A lot of people forget that under medical marijuana, you know, it's really for edible use, oils, and vaping. Now we join several other Midwest neighbors that have legalized recreational marijuana.
Yes, and we will find out more about 18 when. When will we have the final answer?
Issue 38?
Issue 38, I'm sorry.
As soon as we get another batch of ballots counted and posted.
And how can they find out the latest information from you over at Signal Cleveland?
Well, they can go to wkyc.com or go to signalcleveland.org. We have a live election blog that's trying to post this, and we have stories ready to go as soon as we know.
You guys are doing great work. Thank you for doing everything. Thank you for keeping on top of things and for paying attention to Ohio politics, because so few of us want to. And I appreciate you doing that, Mark.
Thanks. Thanks for having me.
We're going to be back to wrap things up on our special right after this. We're back. What a night.
Yeah, historic night here in the state of Ohio. Decision 2023. Quick recap for you. Issue 1 and Issue 2 projected to pass here in the state of Ohio.
That's right. I'm noticing a trend with Ohioans. And this is interesting. I think it goes almost beyond politics in that, look at the August election. And in the August election, what did we vote for? We voted to maintain our voting power. In this election, we voted for abortion rights. We voted for marijuana rights. It does seem like the one connecting thread through Ohio voters consistently, as of late, seems to be, don't tell us what to do, and let us have our rights, and don't try and take them away from us. That seems to be the consistent theme with Ohio voters as of late.
That seems to be what they're saying. Resounding yes votes on Issue 1, the abortion rights constitutional amendment, and Issue 2, the legislative initiative. A couple other updates from some of the things we found out today. Council member Shamus Malik will be the next mayor of Akron, confirmed by the Summit County Board of Elections. We got that in, and here's an update from the city of Canton. Canton will have a new mayor. The former mayor, Thomas Burnaby, he is retiring. So now we know that City Council President William V. Shearer II has won. That's the Democrat, defeated Roy Scott Depew 68% to 32%. We have those results in as well.
And in case you missed it, we are getting all of the school levy updates. Daniel Wiggins, our reporter's on top of that, and you can find out those results at WKYC.com. We are updating them as they come in.
Let's take another look just at the voter turnout that we have here from the Secretary of State on issue 1 and issue 2. We are looking at, what's that number there?
We got about 3,005,000 right there. That's total votes cast for issue 1. 3,500,000 for issue 1, 3,500,000 for issue 2. About a little bit of a discrepancy there, but that's not a bad turnout.
Significant voter turnout here. You know, we weren't sure what to expect. A lot of people projecting high voter turnout in this. As you said, off year. No, you know, major national races on the ballot here in Ohio.
People showed up. People showed up to vote for a couple of issues that they were passionate about, very different issues, but both having to do with personal freedom. And Ohio seems to have voted in favor of personal freedom this time around anyways.
So if you want to check out some of the other issues that were on the ballot in your area in specific counties, we do have the election results page that's up on WKYC.com. That's where we dive into those school levies that Danielle Wiggins was talking about earlier and other county by county issues.
We want to thank Brandon, who's been helping us out over here on the dials big time, and of course all of our guests. We had Mark Namick, who was out here and was fantastic.
All right, thanks for being with us tonight. We'll turn it over to the broadcast. So turn on your TVs, watch Channel 3 for What's Next with Russ and Betsy.
Bye, folks.